Hey, Samurai. Yes. Well, I'm not sure how much of it they're gonna get away with anymore because games are just too expensive and it's their own fucking fault. And they don't want to back off on anything because it would also mean getting rid of employees. And that would just look bad. When what would make some of the games way better now would be firing like 90% of their staff or more. And I'm not kidding. I mean, when you have a staff that is so big, that it is 2 hours and 6 minutes to show all their names, you have way too many employees. Well, okay. I think there's gonna be a lot of people who do not agree with the costs. And they're right and they're wrong. Here's the thing, is they have burnt that bridge too much. And I think it's a matter of they simply cannot demand a premium price for a sub-premium product. And I don't know when we're going to get those premium products again because we haven't had them in a long time. I mean, the best games that we've had recently, some of the biggest sellers have been AA, like Sandfall and Pocket Pair. That those are AA. And indie developers like what is the drug one called? Schedule One, and then what was the other one last year that did really good? I can't remember. And I can't remember. But there's another one that was Hollow Knight. It was Hollow Knight. Well, guys, I think that one did some good money. But yeah, I was thinking a Silk Song. Unreal Tournament 4 is now free and has 5 bazillion maps. Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the biggest problems that they're going to have trying to get things straightened out is the fact that they're going to have to tear down their office. I was wondering if Crime Scene Cleaner was any good. Yeah, it in just the fact that it was $20, nothing else about the game, just the fact that it was $20 alone caused a lot about her. That was very funny. But I have another thing to talk about first because it's funny as well. And that is Redo of Healer. Redo of Healer author revealed that the anime had higher than average female viewership. Uh-huh. Um, yeah, no shit. Have you seen the romance novels they read? Yeah. It's gonna have a massive audience. What the fuck are you talking about? Like the Minotaur Milker thing. That book. I mean, the, okay. I get, I get, I really do get being a degenerate. I get it. I totally understand. But the fact that for women, it's like completely okay to be a degenerate, and those women who complain about men being degenerate are the same ones that read these books. And guess what? They're probably the same ones that watch a guy on a revenge streak raping women. How about that? How about that little tidbit of the fact that they're as fucked up as anybody else? I asked, oh, jeez. I asked Keenan. I can't even. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh, I gotta talk about that. I just saw it today. It was on X and somebody brought it up. I'm like, oh, yep, we need to talk about that one because that's just funny. I think it's hilarious. But forget I popped that one up before my normal 7 o'clock start time. So I had that, but I also had something else to show. And that is, I am sick of being blamed for failed games. And you should be. That's not quite crap. Oh, he is, I think, on a tirade against the gaming industry right now because he's had it with them. And I don't blame him. I did the video yesterday where he brought up the fact that games aren't games anymore. There's a picture of Comic Cat of a girl selling dojin of her getting beat up and abused. Yes. Yes. That is common. You hire cosplayers just to do that. It happens a lot. It's a good way to sell. They even referenced that in some anime. The fact that some of those dojin people will be cosplaying characters in the dojin that they're selling, and they're like classmates or whatever. So yeah, this guy is, how do I put this? Not taking AAA shit anymore. The last one was really about indie games eating AAAs alive. And he's not wrong. And he also went into why in general. And then he brought up the one thing that I get pissed off with, and that's the overuse of cutscenes. I know that the term is show don't tell, but when it comes to a game, it shouldn't be show either. It should be baked into the gameplay. You shouldn't be taken away from your game to know more of the story. And the cutscenes are getting really, really brutal right now. They are so long and so often. And it costs them a fortune to make. I would be just as happy with it looking like you're getting a phone call and somebody telling you like a short spurt of story. and then letting you figure out the rest of it based on what you're doing. Visual novels with fancy cutscenes, yes. Yeah, Final Cutscene 8, or Final Cutscene 13. Yes. Cutscenes were a great thing very early on because it drew you in where they couldn't do the amount of motion of the people. You know, I'll call it the motion of 2D sprites. Now that everything is in 3D, I don't think we need it. Environment storytelling, yes. We don't need the control taken away from the player to tell the story anymore. Yes, the QTE hell. Yeah, I'm glad that's done.
High-guard developers, as well as some in games media, have taken to crashing out, blaming the players for the game's failure instead of just confronting reality. I am so sick and tired of players being blamed for failed games. This weird expectation that the customer needs to be there to catch these developers when they fall, that they need to donate their empathy to those who do not understand the customer's needs, do not seem to care, and then want to stand around and act surprised when everybody's upset. This is not a charity. You are asking for people's time, for their money, and for their patience. If you guys just wanted their well wishes, you wouldn't be putting a price tag on it. This is something that the industry at large just doesn't seem to understand. They don't get why players are so upset, why they're so loud, why they won't trust anyone. Instead, what they want to do is they want to call you entitled. Say that you're algorithm poisoned, that you're addicted to outrage, without taking the time to realize they are the ones that created this monster. They did get one thing right. Players do want to see games fail, but that's not because they're evil or entitled. It's because they're sick of not being listened to. So when...
Exactly, that right there. Not being listened to. Oh yeah. Basically the 2 decades. They've been... Yeah, I got that. I mean, he's right here.
words fail them...
Oh, is the volume alright? I'm working on trying to figure out what triggers my mouth and what is loud enough. So I need to rely on you guys.
They realized the only language left was consequences. The video game industry suffers from a severe lack of accountability and self-awareness, to the point that now it's honestly just getting hard to comprehend. The same lessons get taught over and over, and nothing ever gets learned because the people that are making those mistakes refuse to believe that it is them. And we see this every single time a game fails.
Refuse to admit it that it's them is where they're really going wrong. And I think it's because they have other people telling them that they're doing the right thing.
There's always an excuse that's deflecting around the obvious. The market's tough. We didn't time our release right. The genre's oversaturated. And now their new favorite, it's the players, it's content creators, it's the culture. Apparently, we manifested their failure into existence and unfairly got what we asked for. We've watched this same cycle for the past few years. A game gets announced and it genuinely breaks your brain trying to figure out how that game even got greenlit. Developers in conditions so sheltered that the second that game touches sunlight, it just evaporates. The character designs, the themes, the gameplay, the genre. Players look at it and they feel two things at the same time. Offended that the industry thinks this is worth their money, and frustrated that this industry refuses to save itself.
Yep.
So then what happens? Well, the trailer gets downvoted into oblivion. Social media lights up. People say very clearly and directly, this is not what we want. The industry ignores it, calls it noise, pretends that it's the fringe. And then, while the game launches, nobody shows up. And somehow, yet again, well, it can't possibly be them. No, no, no. It has to be the players.
And I think this is something that they are not using. They're not using the feedback that they get. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with that killer in. That are they just gonna have to pull it? I mean, nobody's even talking about it. I don't even know why they released it.
In 2026, that game was high guard. Everybody knew it was going to fail. Everybody said that it would. Hell, I made a video the day after its announcement saying exactly that. It looked half-baked. It looked like it needed more time. It needed to go into beta. That feedback was everywhere. The entire
Are those power lines going to the factory? Just saying.
internet was criticizing it. Then the game released and it failed. Oh my gosh, what a surprise.
Wait a minute. Wait. I just want to bask in this for a second. There we go. Okay. Everyone drink. Everyone else, just give it a salute. Because that is fucking hilarious. And that's not even from its high. That is just the past week. It looks like it's from about the 10th to the 17th, so today. That is crazy. And that's not even the high. It's still going down. It looks like it's hovering right around 1,000 now.
What a surprise. Now we have the developers placing the blame at the feet of the players and content creators while assuming none of it themselves. Josh Sobel, one of the technical artists on High Guard, took to Twitter to write a
He should not have written this.
lengthy reflection about how gaming culture destroyed the game. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but you do need to see just how out of touch this mindset is, because every time they say this stuff, it just proves the players right. Josh opens with, the day leading up to the Game Awards 2025 was amongst the most exciting of my life. After 2.5 years of passionately working on High Guard, we were ready to reveal it to the world. The future seemed bright. Everyone I knew
He says that, but they were going to shadow drop it.
who had a connection to the team or the project had shared the same sentiments. It's lightning in a bottle. I trust this.
And I'm not saying because it's a failure. That was their plan to shadow drop it. There is nothing wrong with shadow dropping it. That's essentially what they did with Mugenics, and look at how that one's doing.
Team wholeheartedly. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. This has mainstream hit written all over it. There's no way this will flop. I could play this all day. Now, either you are surrounded by professionally trained bioengineered gaslighters or you made this the hell up. There is no way. This is way too on the nose. It's almost stereotypical. Who would actually go out and say there's no way this game will flop? If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. Jeff, you did this, didn't you?
I think he might have. I think if the story's correct, and he did go to the office and play the game, I bet he did do that.
Said this to them. Your game was sheltered. I assumed as much, and I said as much in my review after the game had launched. Hell, I even think I said it in my intro. The more that I played it, the more I watched on as people with zero stake in the outcome cheered it on that probably weren't even playing it themselves. The more obvious it became to me and also to everybody else that this game was a casualty of toxic positivity, no different than Concord, because otherwise...
Toxic positivity and suicidal empathy. There are two terms that I just love because they're so true and finally something put into words. It is so correct.
It would have never made it to market. Mining rocks in a first-person shooter. Massive maps with 3v3 and 5v5, even when you bumped it up later. A shooter where players barely engage unless they're standing on an objective. A game that makes you feel like you're only fighting other players, maybe 25% of the time? No progression, no leaderboards, no scoreboard. A hero shooter where the heroes make isekai protagonists look original. And nobody noticed that. You're trying to tell me nobody said anything. Nobody at a single point said, hey, you know what? Something might be wrong here. This is the stuff that drives players up the wall because it is so self-inflicted. These are not subtle problems. A Candy Crush gamer could call this stuff out. So either you didn't listen, didn't want to hear it, or no one around you was willing to say it. You were surrounded by people that were being supportive for the sake of being supportive, people that cared more about your feelings than they did about your results. And at the end of the day, the product that you made is what happens when you get a shooter that is built inside of a padded room, insular, coddled, and completely disconnected from what players have been asking for and what they have made blatantly obvious over years of public failures. And it's no wonder that you were surprised when your game finally touched reality. Josh continues with his experience saying, but then the trailer came out and it was all downhill from there. Content creators love to point out the bias in folks who give positive previews after being flown out for an event, but ignore the fact that when their negative leaning content gets 10 times the engagement.
I can tell you right now, this is some bullshit. Because I could give that thing negative engagement right now and I'd have 2 viewers. I mean, really. I could drop it and it'd be that much. It's just dumb that he thinks that this works. It doesn't work. People who already want this negative engagement bait already go to that type of streamer. And he's gonna say it's disingenuous, but it's not. The people who seek that out are seeking out somebody who is like-minded. It's not making their channels. It's just showing that what they say to people on stream, whether they're willing to do it offline or not, resonates with a large audience. It doesn't mean that they're lying to do it. It means that that is just what they are like, and there are more people like them. That's it. They're not lying. Which is what this looks like.
Of the positive, they've got just as much incentive to lean into a disingenuous direction, whether consciously or not. Now, to save for time, I'm going to summarize a bit. He goes on to say that he got personally targeted too. He went private on Twitter to protect his sanity, and content creators saw that and turned it into a storyline, calling him a coward and sending angry waves of people into his replies. He said people laughed at him for being proud of the game, told him to go fill out a McDonald's application, and even mocked him for listing autism in his bio. I still don't understand why people do that. And I'm just going to stop.
You should be mocked if you put autism in your bio. I'm sorry. You should be mocked relentlessly and you shouldn't be online. If that is one of like the top 5 things that you want people to know about you, you deserve what you get. That's like, what's that? That's like, crap. No, I can't remember his name. I think he's dead now. Who was the guy who had, was it LS, I think? He was in that chair just like Stephen Hawking was. Fuck my life, I cannot remember his name right now. That dude was funny. And Ricky Berwick. Ricky Berwick too. He does it too. But that is their content. And so, making fun of them for it is more content for them. Okay? So, for them it works. For them, that is the purpose of their channel. Especially Ricky. Holy shit, is he funny. Yet, their disabilities are essentially the main topic of their channels. Ricky Berwick has severe disabilities. And I'm not sure what it is, but it's one where he can't get like full range of his body. He can't get muscle tone. His face is a little bit fucked up too. And he uses it for humor. So if you point out his disability to him, he will laugh in your face. When this developer put it in his bio, and he's called out on it for being autistic, he considers it an insult. Then why'd you put it there? Why did you put it there? If you know that you don't like being called retarded, why do you put retarded in your comments or in your bio or anywhere online for that matter? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that there is a guy who did do that. And we keep saying that oh, the pianist, the blind one. Shit. I'm bad with names. Oh, Stevie Wonder. That there's a joke that's been around forever that Stevie Wonder is not actually blind. And people have videos of him driving his car. Okay? Now, all of this is like stunts. All of it is like somebody's in the car with him. He's just in the driveway. He's driving like 5 feet. But because of the way the image was taken, it looks like he's still driving. It is very funny. And so Stevie Wonder has humor about it because he set some of that stuff up too. He loves messing with people, as he should. And so if he was to have blind in his bio as something about him, and somebody calls him blind and he says, yes, you dumbass, then guess what? He doesn't care. And I really think he doesn't care. He just thinks it's hilarious because these people keep falling for it. Yeah, I forget who it was. I think it was Count Dankula who did the video on it. But I won't swear to it. But there was somebody who did a video of Stevie Wonder isn't actually blind, or it's titled something like that. And they did this whole video all about the things that he does because he's not blind. And then at the very end, he says, well, yeah, it's a joke. He's actually blind. But yes, Stevie Wonder does that stuff. Ricky Burrick does that stuff. The guy with whatever that is that Stephen Hawking had, when he was doing that stuff, that was their content. You saw their face. You saw that he couldn't move. You saw he had to like eat through a straw. All that stuff. Calling him names based on what he put in a bio. I mean, it only made it easier for people to find him by doing that. Because, of course, somebody wants to see somebody. I keep thinking it's LS. If somebody wants to find somebody with that disability, making fun of their disability, guess what? They just got an ad from a hater. This guy puts it in his bio and is like, don't make fun of me for it. You are a game developer. Talk about your games. If you want to talk politics, talk about your politics. Do not put your disabilities in, especially if you don't want them to be used against you. Anything you put in your bio will be used against you in the future. Stop it.
Stop it right there. Now, this guy is referencing me directly, so I have to respond to this. I am the one that pointed out how preview events are terrible for feedback, that they almost lead to nothing but glowing coverage. I've been to plenty of them. I know how it works. It's not even the point of it being a paid trip part. I think that's the laziest part of this conversation. I'm talking about the event itself. The drinks, the food, the social energy, seeing people that you know, seeing people that you don't. You're not locked into judging these games like a customer would. You're basically at a party and the game is just background music. And even if you do have criticism, there is real social pressure there. You are now face to face with these developers. You are surrounded. You are not trying to be the guy who is killing the vibe. That is poison to honesty. That's not bribery. It's just human behavior. But you want to go and flip this into content creators did this to us, that me and others disingenuously attacked your game because negativity gives us 10 times the engagement. You have no idea what you are talking about. And honestly, it explains a lot. It explains why your game failed, why so many other games are failing, why games media is struggling, because you people do not understand other people. You do not understand basic social behavior. And also, for the record, 6 out of the top 12 videos on this channel are positive. I am not some rage merchant that can only function off of hate. Yes, I do critical content. That is the theme of the channel. I compare, contrast, and I react to what's being said around a lot of these games, but my opinions do not create public opinion. They are a lightning rod, a loudspeaker for people who
It brings people in. It doesn't change people.
already feel something. Content creators cannot make people love a bad game.
That's what I was trying to say before.
We can't make people hate a good one. The people
Right.
who grow in this space are the ones who naturally resonate with others, not the ones that are trying to force a narrative. Being a contrarian does not work for you. People just want a fresh perspective, true, but at the same time, they're trying to seek out what they are already interested in. Go type in, I hate Dark Souls into YouTube, and you're going to find a bunch of videos that are just not dominating the conversation. The algorithm is still going to try to shove you into positive Dark Souls videos because that's what people actually want, except for Dark Souls 2, but that was actually a bad game, and that totally deserves to get routinely dogged on. But that's how the internet works. That's how people work. If you genuinely believe that content creators can just decide to tank your game for engagement, then you fundamentally misunderstand how attention works. And if you don't understand how attention works, well, then you probably don't understand how interest works. And if you don't understand how interest works, well, you're going to have a really hard time making something that people are actually interested in.
Well, a big streamer can play a game and get more attention to it. But if they're playing a bad game, people are going to see a bad game on screen. And so if that person is lying, saying it's a great game as it's crashing, it's not going to fix it. And that's the same thing with it here. The game is boring. People were streaming it, and other people saw that it was boring to play. And so they didn't give it a chance, and the people that did left. How is seeing the game anything other than showing off what it is bad or not?
Algorithm does not manufacture desire. All it does is amplify it. If negative videos about your game were getting 10 times the engagement, that's not because us creators flipped the switch. It's because that friction was already there. Skepticism.
Correct. He didn't change anything. People who felt the same way came to him.
Was already there. People already had something that they didn't like about it, and the algorithm just poured gasoline on it.
Just bland.
I really hope game developers are watching this. This is probably the most important and the most valuable bit of insight that I could give you. If you think that content creators cause the reaction, you are missing the most important step. You should be asking, why did the reaction resonate? You should be asking, why aren't people excited? Why are the comments negative? If your first instinct is to blame the amplification instead of the signal, well, all you're doing is just blaming a thermometer for a fever.
Correct. That's actually a very, very good way of putting that. Blaming a thermometer, which is us, pissed, or the fever, your bad game. It's not my fault you made a bad game. I'm just pointing out that your game is boring. Your game has too many cutscenes. Your security, if I want to call it that, sucks.
You are so sheltered
Hello, Epic.
that you are instinctively deflecting any type of accountability before it even shows up at your door. Content creation success is about resonance. Video game success is about resonance. You cannot strong arm people into liking something. You cannot strong arm people into hating something. You cannot guilt.
I can't strong arm you guys. I thought I was able to strong arm you guys. I thought that's the only reason why you guys were here. That strong armed you and forced you to stay here. You wouldn't go anywhere else because you're too afraid of me.
People into anything.
Is that really what these things think? These committees or corporations or departments, is that what they really think?
You cannot shame people into showing up. That doesn't work in any industry. So when I see a game developer that comes out that says that they believe that content creators are the ones that drove failure because negativity performs better, what that tells me is somebody believes that
Negativity does not. Bait does. Bait works. But people don't stay for that.
attention is something that you can control.
Stop
And
it,
if that's
Wilhelm.
the case, it makes a lot of sense why you made a game
Don't
that
worry,
you
mine
thought
went.
people should like rather than a game that they actually did. This industry needs to start asking, why are players so upset? Where are these reactions coming from? Why are they resonating so hard? Why don't they trust us? Why does it seem like they hate us? What do they actually get from our failure? And if they ask those questions, all they would have to do is look in the mirror. Now, I originally wasn't going to comment on any of this developer's posts outside of my live stream because I felt like I had already said what I needed to say in my review. But this last point in his response made me realize just how big this problem actually is and how the industry needs a very clear answer. Josh went on to place the blame at the feet of players, pointing out meme phrases like Concord 2 and Titanfall 3 died for this. He also claimed that the game got hammered at launch with 14K review bombs from users with less than an hour of playtime.
Because they decided after an hour that the game was boring. Why would you keep playing? If you're bored with a game after 1 hour, where it looks like you went through everything that is going to be your main battle cycle or whatever you want to call your gameplay loop, whatever it be, the beginning of your fight to getting the sword to killing whatever that loop is. Why is playing for more than an hour even going to make it any better? If they're seeing your tutorial and they get halfway through it and they're like, man, this gameplay is gonna suck. If the controls are like this, I don't want any part of it. Bounce.
Saying that most of them didn't even finish
Just Titanfall 3.
the tutorial. And then he says this. In the discussions about High Guard, Concord, 2XKO, and such, it is often pointed out by gamers that developers like to blame gamers for their failures. And that's silly, as if gamers have no power, but they do, a lot of it. I'm not saying our failure is purely the fault of gamer culture and that the game would have thrived without negative discourse, but it absolutely played a role. All products are at the whim of consumers, and the consumers put an absurd amount of effort into slandering High Guard, and it worked.
Most people don't read that stuff. Most people don't see those videos. So if you think you lost like half of your players because of YouTube videos, I can tell you right now, 90% of those people never even saw one of those videos. Yeah, bunch of low-level people that left.
Look, man, I don't want to repeat myself, but this game was not review bombed, and I'm so sick of seeing developers try to hide behind this excuse. Yes, there were troll reviews like there always are, but a ton of the sub 1 hour reviews were mostly people that were talking about crashing, performance issues, and actual gameplay problems. A High Guard match is 8 to 30 minutes.
8 to 30 minutes. That is too long. For PvP.
That is plenty of time for you to know if you are having fun. People didn't like the game, they stopped.
I mean, if you have like 100 people on there and you're just like shooting nonstop from like 2 minutes in until you're done, fine. But for 3v3, fuck no.
Stopped playing it. End of story. You do not get to under 2,000 concurrent players and layoffs because of review bombing. You get there.
I have no idea where those developers are going to go. I hope they just don't put it on their resume. That they can say they worked for the company, but not put High Court. Fuck. They can't put High Guard or Concord themselves on their resume. They'll just have to say Sony and whoever the fuck these guys are. Is 2K20 something, whatever.
There because you have a poorly managed studio that didn't take in any feedback and you made a game that people did not want to play. And for all the comments on the players, this industry needs to stop blaming the culture that they created. I'm going to say that again as clearly as possible because for whatever reason, people in this industry still want to act confused as to why players are so savage. You created this, not us. Stop blaming us for your mistakes. Start making better games or find another fucking job. It is not gaming culture's fault that you go on social media looking for affirmation and praise for your video game. That is on you. You are the one that put your balls in a bear trap. There is part of me, and I will say this, when I hear these discussions and I hear these devs talking about all the hate that they receive, how there has to be a better way to communicate, I think to myself, you know what? Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I'm taking this a little bit too personally. And then I snap out of it because I don't support these guys getting attacked. I don't attack them. I don't send people their way. This is all tone policing coming from people that are asking for my money. It is a way to strawman this entire conversation by pointing out freaks online who send threats so that you don't have to deal with normal customers saying this sucks. And if you ignore normal feedback long enough, you teach people the only language that you respond to is consequences. You want to know why players are so mad? You want to know why they don't trust?
Because you don't listen to us when we tell you and you call us racist or sexist or homophobes or incels or whatever. When we talk to you. And then you blame us because you didn't talk to us and your game failed.
Trust you? You want to know where this culture is coming
This is number 14 trending for gaming, by the way, and it should be number 1.
from? We went from buying and owning our own games to an industry that is actively litigating and lobbying against our right to ownership, pressuring us into subscription services so they can drip feed us access and eventually feed us ads inside of games that we already paid for. We watched an industry with no microtransactions turn into an industry that begs for more money at every opportunity. Microtransactions turning into macro transactions, bundles that cost more than full games, skins that are pushing $500.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Hidden stores for whales who have already spent
That one I knew about. We always called it the $50,000 ship. But I did know that one.
$1,000 so that people can drop almost $50,000 on a spaceship. And even when we do try to support indies or Kickstarters, well, they still get bait and switched and left with nothing. We stand by and suffer.
The Ashes of Creation thing is worse than I thought. I'll have to see if I can find that video. It's a short video. And there is a lot of shit that went on. It's not that the game failed. It's that there was embezzlement.
While the industry parades around purposefully misinterpreted data claiming that women make up
50% of, or 52% of US gamers, my ass. Not the way that they're showing in that picture.
50% of gamers and then use that as a cover to drain personality, flavor, and challenge out of our games that we've supported.
But what they need to start doing is saying that we have 2% women in our first-person shooter game named Game Here. Yeah, that embezzlement. I mean, there are some people who are in their 70s that gave like $2 million and that's just gone.
for years, studios that we have supported for years, all in the name of wider appeal, to the point that you now have the producer of World of Warcraft saying that, well, they wish they hadn't called it Warcraft because
It sounds intimidating. What the fuck?
it sounds too intimidating. That's where we're at right now.
He didn't finish it, and some fans are not taking it well. Some fans? Some. Every fan is thinking, what the fuck?
The end result of this has been an industry that is so greedy and so blind and so tone deaf to their audience that they can't even see the cliff that they are driving off of, even with every single sign screaming at them to turn around. Everything is TAM, total addressable market. This fantasy that there are millions upon millions of gamers that are out there that they just haven't captured yet. We just gotta find them. Meanwhile, the people that are actually keeping these guys in business are getting treated like obstacles. So they keep slopping out remasters and remakes to farm our nostalgia. They poison our experiences with more monetization to satisfy their investors. And even while they're making more money than they ever have, they still have the gall to tell us that we need to pay even more. And it hasn't stopped. The industry is fully committed.
It's because there are so many people making these fucking games. And so many of them that are absolutely unnecessary.
To this idea of trying to take as much as it possibly can from its audience, squeezing, extracting, pushing, to the point that it's now costing them their quality and it's costing us our enjoyment. Ask the developers of Highguard, who were apparently only given a couple of weeks to design their characters because apparently they had concept artists moonlighting as people that were...
This one here, in the bottom left corner, it's super cute. It's a really good picture.
managing their microtransactions. We see you. We know what you are. You're not fooling anybody. Don't try to give us any of this. We tried to do it the indie way shit. I remember not all that long ago, Mark Dara, formerly of BioWare, went onto YouTube after the backlash of Dragon Age the Veilguard with the
Oh, fuck off, Mark.
video that was titled $70 Doesn't Buy You Cruelty. Same playbook, same tone policing that we're seeing right now, dragging out the most extreme examples so that normal criticism gets framed as evil. Another game that was supposed to be live service that pivoted last minute, stuff with messaging for an audience that was outside of its own, unrecognizable from what came before. And then right after that, we had an executive from EA saying out loud that they thought that fans would eat up whatever they put out because the nerds in the cave always show up for an RPG because
I still can't believe they said that. I remember when this article came out. The nerds in the cave would always show up for an RPG because it was an RPG. It's such a wrong way of thinking. Yeah, it was past tense. What? They made a new Dragon Age since then.
it's an RPG.
And we know how that one went.
Yeah, but then those players didn't show up. What these guys haven't realized yet is that the players have shifted right alongside the industry, an industry that has been in contempt of its own audience, serving up slop and trying to extract as much revenue as possible until people finally internalize the truth that this Highguard developer just stumbled upon. Players do have the power. We use it, and we use it with purpose. This industry has taught their audience that the only language that they understand, the only language that matters is money. Not essays, not forums, not surveys, money. So they go out and they downvote these trailers into oblivion. They roast these games on social media. They watch videos and support creators that are already talking about what they're thinking. And they then go and do the one thing that they know that always...
Well, EA and BioWare and Activision and Blizzard and pretty much to the same degree, Sony and Squaresoft, they're all the same. They're all doing that stuff. And they're all the big names. And the ones that aren't, they're like Hypogriff and Hoyo and yeah, it's those. Team Ninja. Yeah, it's not the ones that you think of when you say, oh, what are the biggest game companies in the world? People think of EA, not Team Ninja. they think of Sony and Guerrilla Games, and they don't think of, you know, Oyo, even though they have bigger games. They're probably a bigger audience for just the Hoyo games than Sony. I don't get it either. I don't know how they're getting to be the better AAA company. It's bad.
Always lands. They don't buy it. They don't play it. And I hope you know that when these players start rooting for failures, it's not because they hate games. It's because they see where this industry is going.
It's because they want their games back. I wouldn't be harping on this if it didn't have any effect. And it does have an effect. I am sitting here with less games that I want to play.
And they would rather watch this entire thing collapse and burn and rebuild it all over again than being dragged down this same road even further. How can anybody be surprised with how players act today? Yeah, they're more hostile than ever, but the industry itself is more hostile than ever. We have more gambling psychology pumped into these games to the point that even Vegas would start blushing. Ownership is starting to vanish. We have microtransactions that have infested nearly every single experience. Slop just keeps getting served to the players, and we're expected to pay for it. Prices keep going up. We're done with it. They're not going to eat the slop anymore. They're going to make you eat the slop like you deserve. I think what a lot of people fail to realize.
Well, I still don't understand how Expedition 33 was able to make such a long story with such good graphics and spend hardly any money on it. And yet, a company like EA can't do the same thing. How the hell did Sandfall do that? They did make the assets. The one thing that was AI, they replaced like 2 days later. And if they were to use the AI code, it wouldn't have worked. Its use of Unreal Engine 5 makes it hard as hell to code for without. Yeah, but they still worked on those characters. And a lot of that stuff was not Unreal Engine assets.
Is people, they really love their video games. They are very passionate about this hobby. This is the way that they escape. This is the way that they get away from a lot of the problems that plague them in life that now are starting to plague them in games, and that's just not going to work. This is how people make a lot of friends, meet up and hang out with a lot of the friends. I mean, I check a couple of guys that I know still to this day are people that I played Modern Warfare 1 with way back in the day. And you have a lot of people right now that are just not happy with the direction that the games industry is going in, and they're showing how unhappy they are right now. Now, I'm going to say, I make these videos purely out of selfishness. It's because I want games to get better for me, because I want to play better games. I want more games that are made for me, and I am so lucky, insanely lucky, that I get the amount of support that I get from my audience and from a bunch of other people on YouTube that, you know, there's a lot of people that resonate with the messages that I have, with the discussions that I have, with the opinions that I have, which goes to show that there's a lot of people that are out there that feel the exact same way that I do. And that does not mean anything good for the games industry. I'm going to tell you that right now, because I am not a very happy customer. You have to confront that. You have to figure out a way to be able to harness that. I know that that's possible. You can use that to make better games. Tools have never been more available. Information's never been, knowledge has never been more available. And the ability to get feedback and connect with customers and get a pulse on culture has never been easier to do. It is just a click away. All you have to do is just listen, and make better games. All you have to do is just put in the effort to understand and make better games. If we can get away from this self-absorbed games if we can get away from this self-absorbed games industry that we have been infested by for so long, where people want to have their cake and eat it too, where they think that they can just do whatever they want and that players are going to show up and pay for it. I'm sorry, that's just not how this works. I mean, look at the tens of thousands of indie games that don't get purchased every single year. Most of these guys don't even make the $100 licensing fee to get put onto Steam. You have to understand that people are not going to show up for everything. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hopefully people understand why people hate video games or why people are so mad at the games industry right now.
Yeah, that new Fable is just, it's a disaster. I don't know why they're even making it. Just call it something else. I mean, it's going to be so different anyways. Just call it something else. Oh, wait, you can't, because Fable is the only way that you're going to sell it. The name. That's it. You know that the game is garbage, and you can't sell it. So, you name it the same thing and hope for sales, I guess. But yeah, as far as the character design, if I remember right, they're using the full Adobe suite. What was it? Like, it's something 3 Painter. I cannot remember the life of me. Like I said, I'm bad with names. Yeah, they're hiding her face from the media, but let me point out, she's still there. And I actually thought that somebody showed one of their designers or something was a trans dude. And it oddly looks very familiar. Just saying. They might have made this person similar to somebody they were working with. Maybe they have enough time to where they can do some things with it and just try and salvage what's left because they can't afford another loss. I don't know. Yeah, I think that some of these companies are going to have to start changing some of the stuff. Oh, I'm sure they did have it close to canceled. It's been struggling all along. And when her picture came out, everybody got quiet real fast. These people need to learn what people want. And we're not that hard to read. Really, we're not. We talk explicitly about what we want in our games. Yeah, their teams do suck, and I think it's because they're given too much leeway. That they need to be given a couple years of funding and say, it's up to you to make up the rest. That or it goes straight to Game Pass, and you don't get any rights to anything else that's sold that's ours too. HR is the problem. HR, in the way that we think of it now, was created when women entered the workplace. They needed a bitch and complain department, and it hasn't changed since. HR has always been the bitch and complain department. And yet, these developers, if you have so many people working on a game, you should be able to have that game out in just a few years. It shouldn't take 8. If you have a few thousand people working for you, I'm sorry. That shit should come out fast. If it's not, it's a pipeline issue. When you have that many developers, you could easily have a tree and grass department. Elder Scrolls, yes. You don't need to have, and I'm always gonna bring this up as the example, is 2 hours and 6 minutes worth of credits. That is fucking insane. There is no way you need that many people to make a game. That is just insanity. Yeah. Love the guy from Bethesda who quit after Microsoft canceled his dream game MMO after 10 plus years of no result and expected full dev time of 15 plus years. That is crazy. That is just way too much time. That the kind of games people want to play shift in that amount of time, let alone the 15 plus. Yeah, they're getting what they deserve. That's the one that we watched yesterday. And I really think that this one,
Indie games aren't just stealing players from AAA games, they're stealing players exponentially, to the point now that investors are talking about it, and it's heralding the collapse of the default authority that much of this industry has enjoyed for far too long.
and right there, that just summarized everything that was in the other video. These indie developers are worried about their game being good. AAA developers worry about looking good. And that is why AAA is eating their lunch. And let's see if I can find that. Where is the chart? Like it was like in here. I'm not seeing it. There is a chart in here. And the chart showed growth and it was showing like 8% or something like that growth for AAA. So they were growing, but it showed a 22 or 24% increase for indie games. I don't think it was in this part. Well, I guess I can't find it. I should have saved it to my desktop. I should have taken a screenshot and saved it to my desktop. That's my fault. I'm not seeing it here. But yeah, the AAA industry doesn't understand its buying audience. It understands its social audience. And its social audience, while some of them do buy, most do not. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, there it is. It was earlier. It was 8%, it was 22%. And it mixes in AA with AAA. So that's going to include some of them that really aren't AAA. He even points out one that he thinks is not AAA.
Individual sales dropped.
And he's right. I mean, this goes back to 2018, where the indies only had, like I said, keep in mind that's not AAA. Indies only had 24%, now they have 39% of the total gross. That is crazy. So even though, yes, AAA grew, it didn't grow as much as the industry did itself. Well, this one is separating that. This one includes the AA there.
%76% to 61%. That's bad. That's really bad. That's a 15% loss. Releases came in under expectations outside of Battlefield 6, and multiple indie games were tearing holes through the games industry, dragging players away. And you know what makes this entire thing that much more insulting? It includes Black Myth Wukong and Baldur's Gate 3 into
Black Myth Wukong and Baldur's Gate 3 were included in the AAA.
AAA sales, and I don't care what box an analyst wants to try to put them in. Those
and those weren't. Those were AA. So that was within that article that he was referring to. So, no, those were considered AAA, even though those were AA. But I think they were put in that category because they were AA. Which is why AA and AAA were on that same graph.
are not AAA games in my eyes, nor do I think a lot of players would view those games as AAA either. They are outliers, and if you strip those outliers away, that means these guys are suffering massive losses. And the
So it would have been worse.
funny thing is, even drafting 2 games into their corner that honestly do not belong there, these guys are still getting beaten by indie games. That is just insane to me. So what's
that they need to have a split with indie, AA, and then AAA, so that we could have those AA games like your Black Myth and the Stellar Blades out there could go in their AA category instead of the AAA, and then we could really see where the money is coming from.
Causing this loss of players? Why are indie games taking over the industry? Well, even the analysts are starting to see things from our perspective, though I do think their data is flawed. Bain writes, what's fueling this disruption is not a cycle, it is a structural shift that's reshaping the economics of the industry. Several trends are behind it. Player preferences are evolving while gamers continue.
No. Okay, this one wasn't it. So, yeah, that is... You should watch this one, too. This one's really good. You could honestly watch all the stuff this guy makes. He makes so much good stuff. And he does point out that those games that you're talking about that are usually put under indie were actually under AAA in that article. And even if it wasn't, it would have been put in the AA and AAA, which were put in that same single category, which shouldn't have been a single category. It should have been in two categories. You should have indie, AA, AAA. Indie is doing better than it should. And even if that wasn't the case, they are still making more money in profit. Because they're spending so little that if their game only makes a couple $1 million after all that's said and done, and they're spreading it out between 10 people instead of 1,000 over the course of 10 years, yeah, I think they're going to be just fine. It is the money that they're wasting and the size of the teams that they have to play. The size of teams they have to pay that are the issue. And there's a reason why it's an issue. It's because the bigger that team is, the more money they have to make. The more money they have to make, the more the game has to be for a wider audience. A wider audience that is not necessarily going to like a broadly approved game. A game with all of the body positivity and feminism that can get put in it. I just want a game where I go into it and I start shooting shit. And if it takes more than about 5 minutes to get to shooting, you did something wrong. Unless you have a character creator, in which case that's my fault because I spend way too much time in those. Entirely too much time in those. So that one's my fault. Don't give me a character creator, because I play with it. If there's a game that has a character creator, I will make sure I create the character off stream so that we're not spending the first hour of me playing around the sliders. Because I spend way too much time on those. So, yeah, I just wanted to go through that. And like I said, it's these two right here. You almost want to see this first one first and then why they're fucked after. But that's just how it goes. So I need to switch over to the game and give it another drink because I fucking forgot again. And so I will be right back. Enjoy this music that's entirely too loud. Because it's the kind of music I like. And I'll be right back with some Enfield. Alright, I am back. That was painless. I'm getting better at, doing stuff while streaming. I just gotta say, I still love that effect that they have here. The silhouette of her walking. It's just so good. I really love it. I don't know how they did that, but they did a really good job at it. Alright. Let's see. That. Whoops. Want to go in there for the other thing too. Oh yes, the promo to E4, that's right. Back to sweatshops. Yes, it is. Okay. I need to use this. What do I need to do first?
何が待っているのかな。戦場は過ちを許す。何が待っているのかな。
I guess I need to do that first.
二度とみんなのことを忘れたりしない。
Fuck. Thank you. Okay. I was able to finally beat this with my new team, so I'm happy. Let's see if I can do it again. Especially now that I increased my administrator by 5 levels. Oh, have you seen Let me try this again. I am very tired, if you can't tell. Have you had any problems with the video? Stalling out or anything? I noticed some stuttering in my stream, but nothing should have kicked it off. Just tell me if you did. I'll stop the stream, switch to another server, and hop back on if there's a problem. I don't want to do it if there isn't, because I could easily go to a server that does have a problem. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, I just want to try and make fixes where I can and not try and fix things that aren't problems. I don't want to cause a problem by trying to fix something that isn't an issue. That was nice. Whoops. I'm supposed to hit Y. And you have all sorts of problems, Wilhelm. Your stream is always behind, too. I don't get it. Well, Wilhelm, are you on mobile? I wonder if that's the issue. Because I know there was an issue with mobile a while back. So I wonder if I need to take a look at that instead. But because I'll ask the guy if there's anything in his system that would make it have less issues on mobile. I know I have a couple viewers on mobile all the time. Okay, so it's not changing anything. All right. Yeah, it's probably some sort of network thing. one more in me. What I wanted to do, I think. Well, I need to do both of those. I think I'll do this one first.
エンドフィールドは歩みを止めない。
Okay.
いつでも出られる。ご命令を。
There's two of these things that look very similar, and I have the upper tier ones. I don't have the lower tier ones, so I need to get some lower tier ones. Like, come on, this is not right.
受難を受けるのは私たちではないのです。
勝利は必然だ。
みんな
And I thought living in the mountains would shelter you from issues. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. I'll get that one too. Right.
オリジニウムが道を開いてくれるはずだ。
Oof.
我が遠征を終えるまでは
Get ready to do that, and then do the
学
rest
ばせてもらった。
with her.
オリジニウムが道を
我が遠征を終えるまではまだと。
Okay.
力が戻った。だがまだ足りない。
Nope, I need more. God, I really want out
我
of
が
thing.
遠征を終えるまではまだ遠い。
This. Ooh, treatment efficiency. I'll take it. Pretty sure I already did this one, yes. I need another weapon from her. All right. I have 10. Are we ready? More fun doing it with touchscreen. I can tease you guys with a touchscreen. All right, let's see. Samurai? Are you ready? Nope. Gold.
Cool.
行動またこのくだり
She is cute.
よろしくこ
Cool.
僕はエヴァコードネームはアークライトですうまいことは全然言えないけど
行動
That was sad. That was very sad. Only have 400 of them. Huh? Then bundle is for pay, so nope. When is the reset on this? I'm just gonna say after 2 banners, huh? Delivery guaranteed. I think that's the one that I wanted. The headhunting, I already did what I could there. Bundles, I'm not buying anything. And Protocol Pass, they didn't have any, so. Nothing there. Anything in here? Nothing. I don't see anything. You never know. Nothing I want. It says depends on who you want. It's hard to say, because I'm torn whether I should try and get her or not. It'd be nice to have that. Not that email. It's grand something. Oh, I'll know it when I see it. I'm not seeing it. There's no a new sword that people like for administrator. Not seeing it there. But I mean, I'm torn on should I get her or not, because does she really fit in my party? Not really. So am I gonna get her and she's not useful? And then all of a sudden Rossi shows up and I don't have the points for it anymore? Eh. You have everyone except for Prague. Okay. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I guess I'll do it. I haven't done all the missions on the ship yet. one and one. Nice. Anything here? No. $2.64K. I'm gonna have to use these. Nothing else expires that soon. Okay. Yeah, so either way, it's going to be on hers. So it'll expire. Oops. There we go. Is that? Okay. I think this one's closer to it. I guess I can just use it. It's not like I need all that. I'm gonna do that one. Still think the administrator is so cute. I'm used to wanting to try and find the cute character to replace the main character in every gacha game I've ever played. But this one, they just give me the cute one up front. Yeah, you guys can do that. Nope, I did want to cross there. But I don't see the trigger. I don't know where the trigger is for that. Okay. Looks like I have to go up from that way first. If you pet those, they give you poop. Man, they're just making me go a long way around. I needed to trigger that. Whoops. That bridge switch before. Well, you know, if you're playing on Windows, you can use mods. Oh wait, you better not, because their anti-cheat will catch mods. Now, will they enforce it? Who knows? But it can. Looks like I need to take that walkway. No, this walkway. There we go. I will never use a game that has kernel level DRM. Not happening. I'm curious. There's something? No. Yeah, I'm just so used to having to find the replacement. So I have a cute character in gacha games. Oh, that's not the area. That's the area. Well, I definitely didn't get full price, but I did alright. I think. I thought I had some of those on me. Damn it.
真の賜物は目の前に。参りましょう。
Okay. Just making sure there's not another one that started up.
私が相手をしてやる。攻撃開始。想定の範囲内。この勢い。
見えた。油断したね。
D ジャンゴレイジースト。
見えた。みんな
自分の状態を確認しておくように。祝福こそ私を満たす言語。
私が相手をしてやる。
任せさっさと潰すよ。キリカ。
この勢い。
オーラフル。
乱れは消去します。しばしこの地に神地が触れましたね。言葉がなくても共鳴はできるのです。
安心して。次はないから。
我が輝き照らせ。
はい、ですね。見えた。キリカ。油断したね。受け取って。みんなよくやったね。
Only downside I have with this party, which is fixable. But I'm not sure how I'd fix it. The SP building could be faster. But like I said, I don't know who I would swap out. Probably have to be... What's my little healer's name? Damn it.
あなたに祈りを捧げます。
Zaihi. It'd probably have to be her. Okay. $150 of that. $218, huh? Obviously 1200. What's it like 1300? My swishy Yasin powder. Okay. And navigating around is easier than that. Alright. This one, it was this one. Okay, I don't have the sanity to claim it, but there... There's no first time thing. Must have given me the first time thing before. Okay. Never mind now. There we go. That should not have taken that much. So there is something down there. The chest. All that stuff over there. I would have brought more if I knew it was going to be this bad. You need that. Come on. Hold on a second. No, never mind. Can't make that jump? I guess not. I thought I'd have to put that thing on, switch. Yeah? Damn it. nice. Okay. That should line me up. Oh no. Never reach it from over here. That's crazy. Seems like there should be more there. Guess not.
私が相手をした D ジャンゴレイジーストーンこの勢いで終わらせる迎撃するよ戦闘開始身の安全を第一に承知します戦闘迎撃開始
出番みたいだね。
あなたにミリオン乗りをさせます一撃で終わらせる
Why does this slime have a halo on it?
みんな自分の状態を確認しておくように。
That's weird.
フィールドがまた一歩前に進んだね。
To see the one.
悪くない収穫です。
Okay, I'm gonna do the rest of them that are over here because I know there's definitely a chest over here.
出番みたいだね。
承知した。戦闘に入る。この勢いで
安心して。
ミリオン標識を確認。みんな自分の状態を確認しておくように。受難を受けるのは私たち。我が輝き照らせ。この勢いで終わらせる。油断したね。排除します。多いのにタロツーの連打が広しだし。ロングは一人扱えるものでしまえ。この勢いで油断したね。標的を確認。目標捕捉発射。貴重な銃撃開始よ。勝利は必然だ。無益な戦いは目的ではありません。先に進みましょう。
She sure is fascinated with whatever's over there that's not there. Hi, Luva. Let's see if I can... I thought it was another VTuber. Okay. I think I did everything I can there. Oops. That's from the delivery I did. I don't trust anything called mystery. Somebody told me there was this mysterious yellow snow. I never trusted anybody again. One thing I wanted to check in here. I guess being confused for somebody who's a bigger VTuber than you isn't a bad thing. It's these guys. can do is try and get him like one at a time, so you know. Completely overwhelmed. I observe. There. That's weird. Yes, mystery soda. Never drink the mystery soda. Let's start by transferring there. I figured today is the day to empty out some of my quests.
カウネにどうしたんだ？ ああ、車が途中で故障して間一髪でその子が助け、これがその時の記録だ。
管理人、何か聞きたいことでもあるの？
She's cute. I love that voice.
その人、知ってるよ。採石場の応援に行った時、火薬の量を間違えちゃって、他の作業員と一緒に崩落に巻き込まれて閉じ込められてしまったんだ。みんなが衣装を書き始め
It almost sounds like Bee's little sister from regular magic high school.
赤髪の少女が助けてくれたんだ。間違いないよ。これ、その時の報告書。
I'm trying to not do too much offline.
管理人さん、新主任から聞きました。見ましたよ。食害観測所の近くです。ちなみにその付近にはアンゲロスの残骸が多く残っていて、これがそのデータです。情報は集まった。 D ジャン号に戻ろう。
Operator's trust is up and I didn't do anything.
管理に戻られたのですね。協約空間に入って霊馬天を探すというのは理論上可能ではありますが、危険も伴います。今のあなたの体調を考えると少し心配で。わかりました。フィオナと確認した情報です。端的に説明すると、霊馬天は隙間を見つけ出し、記憶を手がかりに無理やり協約空間へと最近の4号谷地における懲役活動をきっかけとして同じ方法、つまり協約得意点と協約空間。
管理人、霊馬テインのオリジリウム反応が解析できたよ。いつでも出発できるからね。
管理人、霊馬
管理人、来たか。
I need to watch that anime
別に
again.
ここに来るまでちょっと
It needs another season.
全然足りない。だから立ち止まるつもりもない。あ、ならば約束通り一緒に記憶を探す旅に出ようじゃないか。決まりだ。行こう。ここに長くいるべきじゃない。 見覚えでもあるのか？なら何があるか見てみよう。
The outside is growing inside.
そんなの分かってる。でも記憶を見つけられるなら体なんてどうでもいい。それにずっと探し続けてきた答えがここにある。そんな気がする。
There we go.
今さら手がかりがあったところで無駄。振り返らず前に進んだ方がマシだ。そうすれば本物の一緒。
綺麗なお姉ちゃん、どのお花が好き？お姉ちゃんにあげるね。
ありがとう。この子はジニーって言うんだ。
こっち一緒に遊ぼう。花びらで絵のお花好き？
花か。
He's adorable.
思い出したよ。火も戦いも剣も記憶の中で柔らかな風と淡い香りとともに花びらが頬を撫でていった。だがこれは自分の記憶じゃない。皮肉なことにな。だけど記憶の渦の中に残ってる数。
楽しい気持ちになるお花畑見たことある？変なの。あそこにお花なんてないのに。違うよ。怖いランドブレーカーばっかりだもん。そうなんだ。がっかりしなくても探せば。
こんなに歩いたのに楽しかった過去なんてほとんどなかった。
もしかしたらすぐ目の前にあるかもしれないよ。
黙れ。今すぐ灰になりたいのか？これがあんたの敵？敵。記憶の中にはたくさんの私の中にあったのは植え付けられた怒り、屈辱。まあそうかも。
管理人よ、俺たちに歯向かうのはなんでだ？デクルボメ、オリジニウムの古い世界が終わったんだよ。未来は超生きなもんだ。助ける？そんな嘘よく言えた。まだ偽物の夢に浸ってるってか？てめえらの歩きなんだ。
これはあんたがタロ2で過ごした記憶みたいだね。
私には関係ない。
もしかしたら君もいつかタロ2に何かを残すことになるかもね。
管理人、お帰りなさい。
ここは。いいえ、忘れてしまったとしても帰りを待ってる人がいる場所か。私の記憶にはそんな場所はない。管理人も大変だな。あんたのごっこ遊びに付き合わされて協約空間をこれだけ探したのに結局何も見つからない。それでも自分の記憶を取り戻してみせる。レーバテイン、まだわからないわけ？あんたの喜びも憎しみも全部偽物だって。だから永遠に家なんか見つけられない。あんたは空っぽの抜け殻だ。抜け殻？スルトの
At least she called you pretty.
あんたになんか関係ない。
レーバテイン、大丈夫？
なぜ私を敵とする？敵になったつもりはないよ。あんたが自分を傷つけてるだけ。私はただあんたが追い求めてるものに滅ぼされないようにしてるだけだ。あんたが自分は誰かって記憶を探し始めたその瞬間に私は生まれたんだ。元からないものは見つけようがないだろう。もう諦めろ。散らばったかけらから適当に一つ選べばいい。愚か者め、私がなら見せてもらうよ。スルトの故郷にたどり着いた時、そこまでこだわるなら自滅の道を進ませるのも悪くないだろう。スルトの故郷カズデルへ行くんだね。
レーバテイン、
うっとうしい。命なんかより記憶の真実の方がよっぽど大事だ。感じるよ。スルトの故郷はもう目の前だって。だが時間がない。急がないと。
待って。消えた。
何か探しているんですか？その人はどんな色をしていましたか？ああ、その人なら戦火のような色をまとってここ後を追って進んでください。
お前さん、何 何かお探しかな。そのものの名は何というんじゃ。その名を持つ者は廃墟でため息を漏らし後を追いなされ。
やっと来てくれたんですね。炎をまとったお姉さん、何のためにここへ来たんですか？そうですね、お姉さんは自分とそっくりな人を見なかったかと、みんなお姉さんの家に行ってみたらどうですか？でも急がないと。
内戦が始まったわ。きっとすぐここにも戦火が押し寄せる。
ああ、分かってる。粛清が始まった。子供でさえ俺はまだここで武器を作らなきゃいけないが、あの子は
まだ小さいのよ。私たちはどうなってもいいけど、あの子だけは。
泣いてばかりいると夜中にウェンディゴが来て食べられちゃうぞ。
ちょっと怖がらせないで。それに明日誕生日だっていうのに、生まれてから一度も空を見たことがないなんて。
この子が大人になる頃にはまた太陽が見られるようになるかもしれないよ。でも今はすまない、愛しい子よ。
止まれ。令和店員みたいに身の程も知らずに突っ走って。
ここから令和店
令和店員の結末を知ってるのに、どうして深淵に踏み込む？あんたにとって令和店員は何？これ以上先には行かせない。もう休ませるべき。安らかに眠らせてあげる。さっさと潰すよ。
Wait, she was done in by that.
あんたか。
That's pretty sad.
スルトの故郷にたどり着いた。名を思い出せない少女に出会った。戦火を逃れた流浪者、焼けた破片に貫かれた手のひら、塵の中見分けもつかなくなった家族と家、他にも無数の。ここにあった記憶は全て見た。だけど私が誰かなんてわからない。まだ立ち止まりたくない。でもどこに行くべきなのか。最後まで空っぽの抜け殻なんて嫌だ。
君は空っぽの抜け殻なんかじゃない。私が君の存在を証明するよ。
私の存在。
君は進むべき道を示して、君の名前も炎もここまでの全部。
記憶を探す。それだけが私の存在する意味。
違うよ。自分を見つける。それが 君の存在する。君を助けるよ。だから諦めないで。
自分を犠牲にして私の存在を。
約束したからね。自分を見つける。同じ境遇にある人を助けるのは当然だよ。
Her eyes are great.
これがスルトの答えか。
行こう。君の足。
少しだるいが何でもない。平気だ管理人。あんたがいてよかった。
だって同行者だからね。
スルトは他に何を残したんだ。
補充のかけら知らん。黙ってろ。
嫌だ。
あんたがどれだけの人に使われてきたか知らないけど、私で最後。これからはただ一人の声に従うという。すると私の声に。それでも私に指図するつもりなら、あんたの力であんた自身を塵一つ残さず滅ぼしてやる。おとなしくなったか。火の巨人に戻ろうなんて考えは捨てろ。そんなことより私と一緒に旅に出て美味しいものを食べてムカつくやつをぶん殴る方がよっぽど楽しい。
旅、冒険。つまり記憶を探すのはやめたのか。
これからも長い間一緒にいることになる。私の剣を頼っていいよ。外で待っている。入り口を見張っててくれればいいし。怪我するなんて。まさか私がうっかりオリジム出る日が来るとはな。コードネームは何がいい？スルト。メディカルチェックの結果、感染者によってオリジニウム融合率 1%、 体表にオリパシーの症状はほとんどなし。血液中オリジニウム密度 0.10 ユニットパーリットル。でもアーツ適性はアーツは使えない。だけどどんなことでも片付けられる。試してみるか？その必要はないわ。あなたの実力はもう十分把握できた。ようこそロドスへ。これから先退屈しないことを願うよ。安心して。決まり事で縛り付けたりなんてしないわ。
ロドスに入った時、この記憶は本当に大切な。
さっきの医療オペレーターか。感謝しようと海辺でのんびり。そのためにわざわざ服まで用意したわけね。過去の記憶が離れていく。だが悪いことじゃない。新しい記憶で倍にすればそれでいい。あんたも冷たさがわかるのか。ならばもう少しアイスクリームを追加しようじゃないか。
すいません、スルトさん。食堂のアイスがなくなっちゃって、材料を取り寄せて急いで作りますから待っててください。
ああ、待ってるよ。
スルト、次の外勤任務どこに行くの？
ラテラーノだ。
今回確かめたい記憶ってラテラーノと関係があるの？
いや、名物のジェラート供給所があるって聞いたから試しに行く。
記憶による苛立ちも苦しみもこうやって静まっていったのか。
ちょうどいい。スペースも空いたことだし、ロドスにお土産でも持って帰ろう。ロドスでの記憶はこれまでと違ってすごくリアルな感じがする。それはあんたを頼っていいってことか。
おめでとうございます。ロドスに来てちょうど1年ですね。ここでの暮らしはどうですか？
今はロドスがあなたの家よ。アイスを3箱用意したから購買部で受け取ってね。あと今週は外勤任務を入れてないからゆっくり休んで。
ロドスは私をいつでも受け入れてくれて、いつでも帰れる場所だ。指図されることもない。
自由気ままに走り回りたいのではと思ってプレゼントにスケボーを用意しましたよ。
特製マグマブラッドカクテル。液体窒素で限界まで冷やしてある。安心しろ、今回は試薬など入れてはいない。
I think. Nice.
パーティーの後はワンモアグラスに行く？それとも甲板で風にでも当たる？
これは紛れもない家だ。なら過去の家を探す必要があるのか。
このアルバムに私たちが共に歩んだ行動記録をまとめたわ。過去は見つからなくてもあなたの未来にはずっと私たちがいる。
そうか。過去がなくても人は今を生きることができるのか。あんたの答え分かったよ。すると
レーバテイ
目を覚ましてすぐこの光景を見ていたなら違う選択をしていただろうか。
残念に思うかもしれないけど、君に選択の権利を与えてくれたとも言える。つまり自分なりの方法で記憶を超えられるようにしてくれたんだ。
選択か。家と同じくらいロドスを愛する選択をした。その気持ちは理解できる。うるさくて面倒、でも温かくて悪くない。
だから過去を探すことなんて必要なくなった。だが私は大切な人や物ができたからって記憶を手放せるわけじゃない。タロ2に私のロドスなんてない。
それなら君のエンドフィールドにすればいい。
つけ込む気か。意外とずる賢いところもあるんだな、管理人。
もちろん君さえ良ければだけどね。
その誘い乗ってやってもいい。
もう吹っ切れたかな。
まだ始まったばっかりだ。記憶の渦から抜け出せるか。それはエンドフィールドで何を見つけるかにかかってる。
管理人として約束するよ。エンドフィールドは君の家になる。
いいえ。いいじゃないか。見せてもらうよ。過去の記憶はもう必要ない。振り返る。記憶の迷宮が悪意によって歪められようとしている。今度は私たちを引き止めるつもりみたいだな。記憶っていうのは簡単に捨てられるものじゃない。敵過去と戦うんだ。急いでここを離れないと意識が永遠に閉じ込められることになる。記憶、もう私を引き止めるな。これは私が失ったかけらか。鏡は半面になって足に突き刺さるだけ。追い求めてきたものを手放すのは惜しいが、なら一緒燃やして灰にしてやる。記憶の深淵に注意するんだね。飲まれるな。
この下は
迷宮の終わりだ。そして残された全ての記憶。最後の別れ。管理人、裁量者はなんで他人の過去の記憶を欲しがるんだろうな。なら私の記憶はどうなる。それがならすべきことは一つ。記憶の残骸を。
令和店員は
ああ、管理人。約束はまだ半分だな。
半分って
私がした約束。
つまり
D ジャン号に連れてってどこにいても約束は約束だから。
Now kiss. That's not gonna happen, is it?
ここが D ジャン号か。記憶の迷宮で見た場所に案内して。やっぱりロドスとは全然違う。悪くない。新しい始まりを迎える場所としてこれからは令和店員として約束を果たしていこう。分かってる。だからあんたが新しい記憶を作って、私はオペレーターであり炎であり剣になる。その代わり私だけの旅と冒険、それからそうすれば私のエンドフィールドができるから記憶を忘れ。何よ困った顔して。
ここは君をがっかりさせたりなんかしない。
私だってがっかりさせたりなんかしないか。
There was something I was stuck on, couldn't do it. That's not what I meant.
はい。
I already have the growth tramper though. Another one. Want me to talk to her again? Okay. She's cute. Oh, wait. Already done this a few times. It is, because all you're making is stuff that I don't need anymore. A should be accept. Damn it. I think I'll do this.
身胸のままに。管理人、労働こそ私たちの道なのです。
了解。銀勇者は手を抜かないよ。
私10じゃなくて100倍頑張ります。わかりました。私10じゃなくて100倍
Yeah, whatever.
頑張ります。
There was one thing I'll look up here.
"大したことないやつ」
僕の識別カードこの辺に落としたはず。液体突入キットと財
安心しなって、ちゃんとやるからさ。
効率的に作業するよう尽力します。
Then
こういった任務は初めてだが、戦略上試す価値はあるかもしれん。
yes. I take it that's like locked for the foreseeable future type thing. I just forgot. Okay. So that's what that is. I do keep wanting to use her. She's a vanguard. This should be useful. But we all know why I want to use her. She's cute. That's it. That's all it is. You expect me to make the decisions based on whether it's good or not? You're wrong trait. Definitely the wrong trait. I need those. I have the money for it. I'll live, baby. Oof, everything is up. You're gonna stick with doing this.
だがまだ足りない。
I don't get to use that as much. Should probably focus on this.
だがまだ足りない。
Yep. There's create character. Mhm. I can't get any of the skills up to level 9. Highest I can do is 8. Guess I'm gonna have to do that one too, which I need E4. Which I need whatever that is. Yeah, so it has to be level 4. Okay. I can do this. I've already done it. Additional cabins. Are these the quests that you were talking about, Wilhelm? Her outfit is so cute. I love it.
神知があなたの頬に触れました。
The people they have making designs for Arc Knights in Enfield are so good. See it? This is UI failure. This is absolute UI failure. About 28 clicks ago, I stopped giving a shit what I had to say about this thing. On this one. Well, I'm always up for more fighting, so this is good for me.
通信回線異常なし。映像もや地の歪みは様々な姿をとります。身をても忘れないでください。どんな姿であろうと。少し信号干渉が進路が不安定になってきました。無人探査機を送った時と同様、近くに昇格物質があるはずです。大きな結晶体なのですみませんが、それを
Oh no, don't care.
進路の変化が激しくなってきました。最終行為が環境に影響を与えているようですね。管理人、こちらで環境のか乱地を監視しています。警戒ラインに達したらすぐに戻ってきてください。付近で活動個体を検知しました。解析を始めます。やはり思った通りです。か乱地は戦闘によっても上昇しますので慎重に行ってください。見てください。あれは前回の調査によって発見した重点目標です。あの周辺では異常なエネルギー。前回は無人探査機の進行が阻まれ、近づいてスキャンや解析を行うことができませんでした。近くに似た信号特性を持つエネルギー反応をいくつか確認。
Okay, no auto
その
collected
正
here.
体が何かはまだわからないのです。とにかく方向をお伝えします。近くにそれが
しなきゃ間違いはねえ。覚悟しろ。俺人種を死んで焼き。腰抜けが目とが出るぜ。中途半端な天気だな。
エネルギー反応が強くなっています。管理人、近づくことはできますか？先ほどの壁を解除する手がかりになるかもしれません。エネルギー反応が消えた。なるほど。やはり協約空間では壁の反応が弱くなっています。 この方法でいけそうですが、確かなことは分かりませんが、今はもう管理人戻ってきてください。探索。エンドフィールドは歩みを止め。
But this is what I was talking about, cutscenes and UI failure. They should have summed all that up and told you like all at once.
通信がつながりましたね。管理人、見えている情報についておそらくこちらの行動が次はあの壁を解除し重点スキャン情報が間違っていなければ前回と同じようなエネルギー反応が近くにあるはずです。探索補助技術を改良したので前回ただし核ランチの上昇については引き続き注意してください。説明は以上です。時間は限られていますので早速探索を始めましょう。
So that shouldn't have lasted nearly that long for it to tell it made absolutely nothing. It's all that little stuff. All this little stuff adds up. So those first two could have been combined just to talk about safe zones and your time limit. All that could have combined into one.
決まりだ。襲撃開始。ミリオン
なものまで自然に生成されるなんて。でもちょうどいいですね。うまく活用すれば移動時間を短縮できます。
ミリオンピリカ
Mm. I guess this is okay. It's...
あなたに祈りを捧げ。
この壁、これまでのものとは違いますね。まだエネルギー反応の解析ができていませんが、これまでと同じ方法では対処できないかもしれません。もっとデータを集めて解決の糸口を探す必要がありそうです。活動のあたりを探してみてください。鍵が近くにあるので、もっとデータを集めて解決の糸口を探す必要がありそうです。仮に引き続き探索をお願いします。
Showing bounce.
標補足発射。
なんいい度胸だ。
見えた。この勢いで終わらせる。見えた。
その辺りを探してみてください。鍵が近くにあるはずです。
巧妙の道筋はそこに。
安心して次はないわ。この勢いで。
これで鍵はあと一つです。いよいよ最後ですね。核ランチが危険域に近づいています。慎重に行動してください。管理人。
見えた。
I don't see me getting that. I figure fill up.
あなたに祈りを捧げる。
forward and to the right. Then look right on a map. Let's look at that again. Like down. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying anything. Looks like out for.
スキャンのチャンスが来ました。少々お待ちください。データを処理しています。なるほど。少しデータの受信が完了しました。では、いえ、大丈夫です。こちらで奇妙な現象が起きているようです。
This is a little weird. $54. I'm excited to do this one. Okay, but why?
エンドフィールド危機対策 私はここに。
君はここで終わり。準備完了。この勢いで。見えた。
Ooh, too bad. You do that.
オリジニウムが歌っているんだ。
Zone 2.
鍵を検知しました。管理人、近くを探してみてください。鍵を検知しました。管理人、近くを探してみてください。エネルギー反応はあと3箇所あります。引き続き鍵を探しましょう。そのあたりを探してみてください。鍵が近くにあるはずです。ミリオン
Virginum branch.
慎重に行動してください。管理人。警戒に達しました。すぐに撤退してください。繰り返します。すぐに撤退を。
Not gonna let me see it. No. I wanted to see where it would line up if I did that. Let's try this again. The downside of mobile. Them some terrible graphics.
しました。近くに鍵があるはずです。最後の鍵が見つかりました。これで全部ですね。あまり良くありません。これからの探索は少し慎重に進めた方がいいと思います。衛星の高い位置を確認しました。警戒に達しました。すぐに撤退してください。繰り返します。すぐに撤退を。
So close. One more run.
総員準備完了。いつでも出発できます。
Okay.
エンドフィールド危機対策。
ラメーターの調整ができないので、もし他にすることがなければ戻ってきてください。
なんだおさん、俺たちは止められねえ。
核ランチが定義に近づいています。慎重に行動してください。仮に
Well, I filled up. I can carry explosives now.
エンドフィールド危機対策班準備完了。
Ah, okay. But not now. I just want to look. Okay, so. It is Wednesday, so I'm going to have off. On Thursday, my grinners are gonna get an anime night. I'm not exactly sure which one yet. I have, like, too many. And then Friday, I have a feeling we're gonna be doing, maybe starting with some of this. And then War of Horizon Zero Dawn, so I was having fun with that. So, we'll see. It depends on if people want to watch this or not. If not, I might switch up. My brain. Oh, it's on my desktop. Escape from Duckov. I might switch out Escape from Duckov for a little bit. And something else. We'll see. Hey guys, doing? So you caught me here at the end. Hi. You caught me here at the end of my stream, though. It's supposed to have better timing with this. This is what I usually do. I usually just play some games and I'll talk about something at the beginning of my streams. 7 to midnight Eastern time. You can do the math on that one. So, yeah, this is pretty much what I play. I really like playing stuff where I can... Oh, it's me, yeah. Sorry. I do what I can, but I can't stay up forever. Last time, yeah. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I always like to play. I do like to play some things. I'm pretty good. I like to play some things where I can talk a little bit more. And so, I'm not sure how much of this I'm gonna do because you can't play and talk if half of it is cutscenes. So, it's like, hey, I don't know. I mean, I like the game. If you like this type of game, I think you'll like the game. It's quite a bit of fun. As far as streaming, not many people seem to want to watch it anymore. It's okay for you? Yeah. It just doesn't seem like a whole lot of people want to watch. I also like playing Escape from Duckov. That one, even though not many people watch that one either, I can talk a little bit more than I can when I don't have to worry about cutscene after cutscene like this has. I'm a little bit quieter now than at the beginning of my stream, so... Oh god, Mir, yes. I'm assuming you're referring to Automata. I am so close to playing that one on stream, too. I was thinking about that, what, like 3 days ago? Yeah, I think it's like 3 days ago. I think it was on my night off. I think it was on Sunday. I was damn close to swapping out, my Horizon Zero Dawn night for beer. I just have so much fun with it. And I've played Nier Replicant, not a fan. It's missing something, and I don't know what. It just felt off. It's like half the game was really good, and the other half was just lacking something, and I don't know what it is. And it's not story. It is hard. It is definitely harder. Replicant is quite a bit the same, but it just feels off. Yes, a very good story. But it wasn't my copy I was playing, so I don't have it. I do have Near Automata. But I was playing somebody else's copy of Replicant. It's when it first came out, so I have not played Stellar Blade. I have considered it. I might just need to grab it on one of the sales. I don't have much money inside. I want to make it stretch as much as possible, and if I could get a new video card, that'd be really nice. Because I do have another computer that I can play stuff on, but it's gonna be running Linux. It won't be running Windows. I'm not gonna deal with that stuff. So there are a couple things that I can't play, but I know I can definitely play Stellar Blade. Okay. Yeah, because I'd like to try it. But I don't know if it's something I'd like or not. It looks like something I would like quite a bit. I don't know how much of the, like, dodge and parry stuff I'm gonna like. That was the only thing with it. Like, and I don't like having to do the dodge and parry as much as, like, a Dark Souls. That I heard it was quite a bit like that. No need? Okay. Because you know how some of those can be. It's like, you can't beat this enemy if you don't parry. Like, meh. Well, see, for me, the reason why I could never get into those is for the longest time, I had this tremor. I looked like I had Parkinson's. I was shaking that bad. So, that really touchy, like, twitch type reaction that you need for dodges and stuff like that, I just can't do it. Like, 1982. Sorry you caught me at the end of my stream, though. I like having people to talk to. I can just play games. But I like being able to talk to people on here. That's the fun part. That's the fun part of streaming. So, with that said, if you want, I have my Discord available. I'm not sure what's gonna go on with Discord with everything that's going on, but it is still there. I'm on there all the time. And I need to get better up. I keep posting things on there more often. But I also keep, like, some sort of notification on what I'm streaming or what I'm gonna talk about or whatever right before stream. So, if you like Discord, it's there. Should be in the link below in Kick. For everybody who's not on Kick, it should be below for you too. have it linked everywhere, I believe. And so I'm gonna try and get better about announcing what I'm gonna play. And I'll have to see if I can come up with some other better notification thing. Because I've been putting off talking about it, but I hate switching. I really, really hate switching, but I want something where everybody, including the people who are on the more adult site that I'm on as well, can be able to talk freely and not have to get banned. You know, people have talked about what if they made a gamer mod? Okay. Yeah, I kind of want something, you know, that they're talking about. What if Valve was to start making sort of a replacement? Oh, no, that's fine. If they were to make a replacement for Discord with these basically the back end of Steam, I'm like, that sounds awesome because basically you've already had everybody age verified already. So they can't really do much. But there's a problem. If you say something they don't like on Steam, you could all of a sudden overnight lose your entire Steam library. The only thing that I have against the people who are talking about that. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm out for tonight. Booners, you know where you are? I will. Well, I'll try. I'm never that good at it. I'm never good at being good. I should say it that way. Booners, you know who you are. See you Thursday. Everybody else, I will see you Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern. We're probably going to be starting. I'm thinking we're going to be starting off with this. And then going to something else. And I'm still thinking I'm going to go to Horizon Zero Dawn. Yes, I'm sorry, Zim. You missed the stream. This is literally, I just ended the game. And I'm like, all right, I finally need to sleep. I finally need to sleep. Probably the first time in like 5 days I've actually slept if I do. So, sorry about that. And for both of you who are like, who's this person talking to? I multi-stream, so I am on 6 different streams at the same time. But I can't have a stream for the chat on screen because what somebody can say on one site can get me banned on another, and I don't have mods. So I'm kind of stuck. Yeah, 6. One that I don't say, because it is an adult site, and I don't want them to get hacked or DDoSed or anything like that, so I don't mention it. Then it happens. Unfortunately, that's what happens on that site. But yeah. Well, you'd have to be 5 mods. It's really crazy. I actually like some way of having somebody be able to get all the feeds from all the sites as one and moderate the whole thing so that they didn't have to go back and forth. That'd be really nice. And then that but a really crazy mod, how are you? Yeah. YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and X. Plus the mystery site. I never thought I would stream to an adult site on top of it. But because of the way their system works, when you log in, you're in first place. When somebody else starts streaming, you're now in second. And so I was able to be found. And regardless of what is normally on a site, people found me, people like me, still watch me. It's still a mystery why it works out so well, but yeah, I just, I wish I could say who it was. I wish I could, like, get more people to go there and all that stuff, but it's just, it kind of sucks. It's just the internet does what the internet does. They just went through the process of doing a whole bunch of upgrades to it, so they're not even making their money back. The guy's getting money out of his own pocket to do it. I'm like, oh, man, if I ever get successful at this, I'm gonna fund that site, even if I can stream to that site less because of, like, advertisements and stuff like that. If it turned out like that, to where they'd be like, well, we can't be associated, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay. The site still saved me from quitting. So, you think Kick is gonna die? I don't think it is. I really wish Twitch would. I didn't say that. Twitch, don't ban me. But you need to fix your shit. You need to fix your rules. That'd be a very good start. Consistency. Second. I really think that's all they'd have to do. Yeah, I'd like more sites to exist, not less. So, it's not so much that I would want any of them to completely go away. I'd just rather it not be such a monopoly. And yes, you can have competition and still be a monopoly. You can simply be so big that it is so hard for anybody to get any traction. You're still a monopoly. And Twitch and YouTube are. And those are the ones that have some of the weirdest rules. So I hope that sites like Kick and Rumble can keep doing their thing and that there'll be others that pop up. I really do. I hope there's more. If nothing else, maybe I'll just add another one to it. So if I get banned from one and somebody's on the other, they can say, oh, he got banned, so I'm going to switch over to this other service. Because I know my streamer, or VTuber, or Flesh streamer, whatever, is over there. So, alright, I'm going to head out. Like I said, 7 p.m. Eastern, and it's Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. I try and do every Saturday as well. It just doesn't always work. I'm not sure about this Saturday. I'm gonna try, but it's up in the air. So we'll see. But catch me on Friday. I will be here. Have a good night, everybody.